I had to change my plan a little bit for what we're doing today. We're doing water marbling of some variety. Let me put a message in the Discord. Call it Discord. I don't have my own because I'm just a piddly little. But that's okay. Okay, so my idea was to do a water marble with China Glaze What's Up Bitter Cup and Zoya Cinnamon, right? Because they're both a kind of a lustery, glowy kind of brown, but the Bitter Cup one is a little bit more caramely and a little bit lighter, and the Cinnamon one is a little darker. However, in the course of that, I realized that I don't actually have Zoya Cinnamon. I never put it in my cart for the Earth Day sale, and I had meant to. So, that is not what we're doing today, and we're going to probably be playing with these Essie Glazed Days. We're going to see if they water marble. Citrus colors, green, yellow, orange, and I might do this one. It's a red, but it's kind of a pinkish red, so maybe grapefruit-esque vibes possibly included in the blend. Give me a second, though. Let's say... Okay. So, obviously, we need to do some testing here. And I need to get a white for my base for my things, because these are jellies, and there's no way that they're going to get opaque swatched on their own. I should have grabbed a white before I started. I gotta go up there. Hey, Praise. Yes, Lexi. I was just saying before that I was planning on doing China Glaze What's Up Bitter Cup with Zoya Cinnamon. Sorry, my air conditioner's going, and I haven't had a chance to do the audio filters yet, so pardon any noises that it's making back there. And I discovered that I had not actually purchased Zoya Cinnamon at the Earth Day sale like I had intended to do. So I don't have it, which means I can't do that idea. So I was thinking of doing, I just got the Essie Glazed Days jellies, and we're going to see if we can do some water marbling with that over white. But I need to grab a white, so... I have several whites that I just need to use up. One of them is this Sally Hansen Miracle Gel one. It takes 2 coats, which is fine. I have this Sally Hansen Extreme Wear that I normally use, but it's getting pretty low, and a little bit, I need to thin it a little bit, and I need to get my nail polish thinner out, so I don't think I'm going to be able to use it. And I also have this one, but it got pink in it, if you can see in the top part, before I shake it up. I accidentally contaminated it. But if it's just an undercoat, that might be a good opportunity for me to use it. Obviously for swatching, testing stuff, I guess we don't need those though, because we're going to be using white note card pieces. I adjusted my chair. It is a marble today. I didn't update my title on Twitch. Let me go update my title on Twitch. Hang on. I said water marble in the Discord thing, but I didn't actually put it as my title. Water watermarble something. Because we don't know exactly where we're going to end up with that yet. Okay. The only bummer with updating your title partway through is that the actual the VOD keeps the original title, which means it's going to have the same title as the last one. Oh, praise, by the way. I got some Hershey's sugar-free chocolate syrup and some almond milk, and I made chocolate milk. Very satisfying. Unsweetened almond milk and the Hershey's no sugar chocolate syrup. It says vitamins and minerals at the top, and I don't know what vitamins and minerals they're adding, but it tastes delicious. Okay, let's get rid of that. And there we go. Okay, so let's get a little thing going. I want to see how they go as just a plain bullseye first. We're going to go from green to orange back to green, because green next to orange feels awful to me, but they gradate pretty well the other way. So we're going to see how they spread and play together. And they seem like they're spreading okay so far. Not completely evenly. You can see that yellow's a little bit wonky. Let's go around the edge. Kind of stretch it. I have a water marble tool rather than an orange stick. I like the thinness of the point, and I like it. I don't know, it feels like it's able to be cleaned off a little bit more smoothly than an orange stick without as much gook sticking to it. Alright, let's see if I can draw in it or if it's too dry. I lost a lot of the orange in that center. I'm just going to dip that anyway, even though it's absolutely ugly, just to see how the opacity of the colors is over the white. Okay, yeah, they show up pretty summery. Let's try it with the red in the mix as well, because it's kind of pinkish, and I'm sure once it's sheared out it'll be kind of pinkish. And that feels grapefruity to me. You know what I'm also considering doing? You know what we could do? Is getting a solid tone color of each of these and doing each nail, right? So like lime on one nail and then lemon and then grapefruit and then orange, or the other way, orange and then grapefruit. The only trouble with that is, what would the fifth nail be? I've seen a lot of people do citrus things across the nails, and I'm always disappointed with what they put on the fifth nail. Okay, well, if that's the case, we have to see what this red looks like once it's spread out. So let's just do around like that first. Hey, dude, you're not spreading. Is the water dirty? Yes, it is. The water is totally dirty. I must not have pulled it all out when I did my dip. Okay, try again. Seriously? What, you just don't want to spread? Oh no, there is still a film. Look at that. Yucko. Yeah, it must have not fully dried before I tried to clean it the first time. Because look, it looks like there's nothing there, but I think it's just because it's still wet. Yeah, okay. There we go. Now we have a clean surface. And no, I'm not using a clean paper towel today. This is the same one that's been on here since the multi-chrome stamping. Oh boy. Okay, so the pinkish red does spread. Come on, dude. Doesn't want to spread very much, apparently. These dry pretty quickly, it is looking like. But not necessarily too quickly. Like, they still could be workable. Okay. I'm dipping out quite a lot of that pink in the middle because it didn't spread very far, so it's all real dense together. I'm not going to do it further than that. Because I still want to be able to see the color. Obviously, even though that pattern was crap. So it is pretty pink. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Let's research citrus fruit. Real quickly. Let's see if we have an option. Because obviously there's like a blood orange, right? But that's like a reddish sort of a color too. Just like a pinkish red, just like a grapefruit, except darker. But I can't make it darker. I mean, there's like a pomelo, right? But that's yellow, like a lemon. And yeah, this is the picture I'm looking at. Right, so we've got this pomelo up here, but it's like a grapefruit kind of a color. And everything else is orange and green. This is just Google, you know, looking for color options. And my phone is not wanting to scroll, it's wanting to click. Please don't do that. The glass cover on my screen is cracked and I need to replace it because sometimes it catches my fingers weirdly in a way that thinks I'm clicking when I'm not. And I bought the replacement cover protector thing, but I haven't actually put it on yet. I mean, the other option is to do like to split it up a little bit and to not do the grapefruit one, to just do lemon, lime, and orange, and to split the nails, having like some of them have the green and some of them have the yellow and some of them have the orange, and have it be like a mix and match sort of a situation. Let's find a green that goes well with that, that's opaque. Get my swatch sticks out. It's a yellow toned green mid-range value. Okay, I'm going to bring you down actually a little bit this way so that you can see the swatch sticks better without me having to hold them up all weird. Okay, so these are all too light. I did not separate my two dips. My two dip papers, and they're trying to stick together. Okay, so that one is not a bad one, but it's a little bit lighter and a little bit yellower. Here we go. Do pass go from Wet n Wild. Some of these are colors that are in these boxes down here that have not been organized on shelves yet. I really hope that I can figure out this IKEA shelf thing for this door front, because I still haven't fixed that either, and it's been like 2 weeks, and I need to fix it, but I'm avoiding it. Tiny Starboard is also a pretty good option. That looks like it's a little bit more yellow toned, very slightly more yellow toned, but it's a little darker too. I don't want to go too dark because then it doesn't feel super limey. Like this one has a similar undertone of yellow, but it's way too dark. I mean, obviously they don't have to be exactly the same. We just want to have a similar balance between each of the colors. So you know what, actually, we should probably start with the orange for color comparison, because I have fewer orange options of creams. And that will tell us which direction, if the cream is going to be darker or if it will be lighter or what. Okay, and so there's the orange. It's pretty juicy. This one could go. It's awfully bright, though. Obviously, these depend on whether they water marble, too. So those ones are looking like the options on this side. These ones are all too peachy, I think, unless they're our only option. And then this one over here. Oh, that OPI is actually pretty good. That looks like this is OPI no tan lines. So let's try that one. I gotta stand up and get it. Don't mind me. Okay. Okay. This color does not have the best opacity, but we already know that we're marbling this. We can test it actually over white versus over orange, because that will change the jelly color underneath. We can also, I have some nails to spare. I'm going to do a test on my actual nail, because having the white paper will change it. Okay, so I'm going to do one nail with the jelly as the base. Because it might be cool to have some sort of negative space jelly show through situation. These are a little thin in formula, so too thick of a coat is not really that good, because it does pool a little bit on the sides. Not to the point where it tries to run into your cuticle, but to the point where it looks like a thicker orange color, or a thicker, the purple was doing that to me, and the green. So, thin coat. Okay, and then I'm going to do a coat of the no tan lines over here. That's not completely opaque. I'm just going to dab it a little bit rather than doing a whole second coat to make this first coat a little thicker, because it's going to be underneath. Obviously the jelly bits will show through more, but we'll find out to what degree, right? And then we'll do white on the thumb. Just as a test. This Marigold Gel White, the formula is quite thin compared to some of my other whites, so I have to be careful with it. And I got some on the lid over here. Hey, it kind of goes with what I've got going on these nails still. Accidental coordination. Okay, and I am going to prep around my skin with some liquid latex because I don't want to have lots of cleanup just for a test. I do have some goobers in the neck of this bottle though, so let me get rid of those really quick. I don't think I had the lid screwed on as tight as I should have on this liquid latex. When I went to open it, I was like, that doesn't feel quite as tight as it should. I got some on this finger, but it's just liquid latex. It will peel off. Okay. So all the way around. I look like a witch when I put this much liquid latex that far up the finger. I'm going to try to dip these two fingers together for the test to try to get the design half on one and half on the other. So I don't have to do 2 cups for those 2 nails. I will have to do the thumb separately, I think, just because of angles. And I am going to do a second coat of white over here because that is quite sheer. Okay. I'm not going to worry about little bits of latex getting on the nail for this because it's just a test and I'm just getting an idea of what it would look like before I pursue finding all these other colors, which of course could also turn this idea into bosh if they don't exist in the color combinations I want. Okay. Let's close that so it doesn't continue to dry in a way that I don't want. Then we'll come over here. I'm going to not make a mess. The lid was on. We're okay. I'm sorry about the angle of this. I'm going to move it later. I just was trying to get you down to see the swatch sticks and things and this. So hopefully it won't have to stay there. You can see that the jelly really wants to push, and it kind of stops the other color from pushing. We'll see if it's strong enough to push itself. Darn, 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 darn. It looks like the answer is no. Too much polish. Not enough paper towel. Okay. Okay. Let's try it again. I just want to see if it'll spread at all. It doesn't seem like it wants to. Let's try one of the other oranges. This one might not be. I mean, it pushed out. It was able to spread on the first string. That looks kind of cool just by itself. But one of the other Sally Hansen oranges, even though the color tone is a little different, might be a little bit pushier. Okay. So these ones, they have to be shaken. My latex is dry though, so as soon as they are shaken, we can test it. No. Now the other option, because you can draw in this, I don't know why it won't let other stuff spread. That's really weird. The other option I'm thinking possibly, if this ends up not working, is that we could just do the jelly in the center and have the opaque orange on the outside. We shall see, we shall see. Let's try it again. This time let's put the jelly first. I'm going to do a couple of drops of the jelly. And then we'll do the other orange. It is spreading a little bit. I think that's just preventing that first layer from drying all the way and preventing it from spreading. Hey.
Bye.
Love you. That's so weird that it'll let you draw in it, but it won't let you have other stuff spread. I'm going to use some cotton balls, or cotton Q-tips to get this out this time. I don't want to absorb too much water out of my cup because I don't want to have to get up and go fill it again. Okay. Let's try the other orange, the orange zest. Close these ones. Of course, we could also not watermarble it. We could like do a drawing with it instead if we felt like it. But I was in the mood to watermarble. It's been, I don't think I've watermarbled since Thanksgiving, so it's been a while. Well, I did do some watermarble testing since then, but I haven't actually worn one. Okay. I think the surface of my water is gucky. Maybe amoeba. Oh yeah, that's fine. What'd you get? Excuse me. Pardon me. What did you get? Chocolate. I'm having chocolate milk. Almond milk with sugar-free chocolate syrup because I'm trying to be not carby. But it is actually very delicious and satisfying. Do you see this, though? How the jelly wants to just spread and spread and spread and spread and not give the other polish a home. That's kind of interesting, though. I'm just going to take that out of the center there. I want to see what that looks like. Hang on. Where are my swatch papers? It's kind of neat. If I had done the swirl a little bit less densely, getting the pale orange and the more opaque orange together. There's a lot of bubbles there, though. Do you see how many bubbles are in that? Okay, let's do 3 drips so that things are a little more moist. Nope. Oh, I so wanted this idea to work. I mean, we could still do something like this where it's just like the opaque swirled through the, but not have it look citrusy. I guess, right? Let's just do a test of that. This paper has a bunch of scribbling on it, so I can't really use it for a design, so we're going to use it for a clean out. Okay, let's go up to the top and down to the bottom. And some... Nope. 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 Okay, we got a little bit of a something there that we could see. I mean, that's like kind of cool. I don't feel like it's worth much though. Let's try it with let's try it with more of the opaque orange with the jelly just in the very center. And if we're going to do that, let's go back to the orange that was the most similar. The OPI no tan lines. We're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we'll let drop number 9 be the jelly. Okay. Look at how much that pushes. Okay. And then we're going to do drawing toward the center. That is so pushy. We might have to do more drops of the exterior polish. Because what I want is to get this kind of an affect with the with the juicy center feeling juicy, and then this is kind of like the rind, right? But it's not close enough together because that friggin' jelly is so pushy. Okay. Let's try again. Let's get more. One, 2, 3. Oops. 4. A little bit jealous in my jostling. Zealous in my jostling. 5, 6. Come around, please. Come around. 7. 8. I'm gonna tip it more. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. Let's hope that that's enough to prevent Mr. Jelly Monster from being a bully. Kind of. The edge is also less clean. I'm not being super precise with this because oranges are not completely symmetrical, even though they do have that kind of symmetrical look. That's not exactly what I want, but I'm going to try to dip this nail just so I can see the opacity level of things. I'm way too far away from this angle to be blowing effectively. There we go. Okay. You can see it's got a cool stripy jelly thing going on. I would do maybe Alright, okay. I'm not completely mad at that except for the pattern. I'm going to just I'm not going to redo the latex. I'm just going to take off the polish on the nail so that I can redo that test in a little bit with 2 coats of the jelly on the nail first, because it was not, it didn't look opaque enough to me. And this is obviously not what I would do if it were actually my actual nail. This is just a test. My little acetone jug down here. Okay. Gotta let that dry a little bit. While we let that dry a little bit, we can test on some of these other nails. Just getting some of the latex off of this white. There we go. That's good enough. Okay, let's try this color. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Get rid of that edge there. Okay, so this one is stopping the jelly from spreading so exuberantly, but it also stopped the jelly from being so clear because the center was a little bit over muddled. With the opaque color. This is the size that I want for the center though, so I'm going to try this color again with fewer drops. Okay. Hey yo, how are ya? I can use clear. Yes, the only problem is that the clears that I have are, when I've used them to water marble, they've been just as tricky as this jelly. And I don't have any water marble specific clears. The only design that I used a clear in successfully was a wood grain design, and the way the way that I was doing the pattern was kind of like those other ones where it pulled everything a little bit more. And I was able to get the look that I needed. I don't have any water marble clears that are going to work well. So, yeah. I mean, if I can't get it at all with this color, because this one seemed a little more promising. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We did 12 last time. Okay, so we'll do 9 this time. Okay, so it's staying smaller. That's good. And it's not quite as gooky as last time, so that's good too. I'm just making sure that the petals are roughly equivalent shapes, sizes. I'm not worried too much about the number of them. This side is too big, but this side I'm gonna try for. Okay, that's moderately successful. I feel like I got too much of the opaque orange. I was trying to go for half and half, but I don't like the way that that looks. Yeah, you know, I am probably going to try that actually on my next test after I try this one with it over white. Because the one that I have, Sesh Clear, is the one that I used before, and it worked okay. The spreading, it wants to dry a little bit faster than I want. Okay, let's try this again, and we're going to do it over the white. Because that's going to give the jelly aspect a brighter sort of a finish. This is quite dark, right? This is 8 and 9. And I'm going to shake this a little bit to get those center drops to spread a little more, because they looked like they were just kind of sitting. Come on, little friends. Spread your wings and fly. Where's my, here it is. All the way around. There we go. Okay, and then here's the jelly. Bloot. Okay, so then to the center, to the center. This design's getting a little bit wobbly. That's okay. Alright, we're going to come over here. Got to change the angle of this. That's quite a bit lighter over the white. The jelly is barely there. Look at that. It doesn't hardly even look orange over the white. If there was white next to it to compare it to, it would maybe. But let's try it over this one. Hey, Nate. Yeah, Glisten Glow has one. I know, I think Native War Prints had one as well that I was curious about. I just haven't gotten it. Alright, let's try it over the lighter orange. And then we'll try it over jelly with clear. Obviously I'll have to take one of these off. That's 3. That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. That's 7. 8. And 9. Okay, and then again we're going to encourage spreading. Come around, come around. Make sure it's fully well spread. This is a candle lid, by the way, if anybody's curious. Yankee candle, I think. It's wider than a shot glass, so you can do more than one nail at a time, but it's a little bit shorter, so it doesn't have quite as much water in it. It's not as easy to spill. Ah, there's a hair in there. I'm obviously not using that side of the design. Okay, I'm gonna go right here. I'm so far back to be able to blow on it effectively. Okay. That's okay. It has very little jelly effect, though. I might as well just marble with the 2 other oranges, if that's the end look. Let's try it over the jelly with the clear. First I gotta take this off. Let's get that acetone again. My little jug. Let's do it on the thumb. This thumb one is the worst. Sorry, you can't see this because I didn't move the camera. I'm just taking off with a little cotton Q-tip and the acetone so that I can paint the jelly on this nail and try another trial. Okay. As I said previously, we don't want to go in super thick with the jelly because the formula does pool a little bit. We want thin coats. But we are going to do a couple of coats because one coat is not opaque enough to get a juicy end result. Let's take these off while we're at it. There's too much on the finger. Okay. If the water marble doesn't work with the clear, we have two options. We can either water marble with something else, which I'm open to, or we could do freehand orange slicey things with the jelly and the opaque color combo situation. And I'm not sure which one I want to do if the clear doesn't perform the way I want it to. So, weigh in chat what your preference would be to see. We could also do something else with the jellies that doesn't require another color to be in cooperation, like one of those splash marbles that I kind of have been wanting to try that Colette did a while ago. That she did those with the color paints from OPI, I think, which are also jellies. Six. Seven. Come on, drip. 8. Good gracious. That was a slow drip. And 9. Okay, and then the clear. Yeah, okay. That does not want to spread at all. That's hilariously bad. Look at it. It's just sitting inside of a puddle of orange. Gosh. Okay. Let's see. Do I have my other Sally Hansen clear over here? No. No, I don't. Let's see if we can just take that out and try again with another trip. It's just sitting there like a little lump. I gotta see if I can find my Sally Hansen clear, which I think is down here. Yeah. Oh no. Danger, danger. Look. I went to close my drawer and some of my swatch sticks, or my cupboard, and some of my swatch sticks almost lost their lives. I'm glad that I was looking at what I was doing and not just willy-nilly. Is this still wet enough to draw in? No. So we're just gonna have to start over. That's the Sally Hansen clear that I'm gonna try next. I think if this doesn't work with the clear, that I want to try the color splash thing. I'll have to refresh my memory on exactly how Colette did it. Because it's been a while. Okay. Let's make sure that this all has the opportunity to spread as much as it can. Get everybody spreading. Get out of here, all you bubbles. There. Okay. And then Sally Hansen. Invisible. Okay, so that one is spreading better. So maybe this is the one I used before. I don't remember. There's a little bit of detritus in there that I'm going to get rid of. And then we're going to try to do orange design. I like that. I feel like it needs to have more, but I also don't want to ruin what we have. I'm just going to dip that as a test. Okay, I got too much of the opaque orange on the edge too. But that did show through. It was easier to draw than the jelly, and it gives a very similar effect. You can see these two have a very similar effect. I don't know. With the clear, we might be able to alternate the drips and do what I was thinking of originally with the jelly underneath. How much Sally Hansen Invisible do I have? Not a ton. Hopefully we have enough to test this and then also do the manicure if that's what we end up doing. We're going to test it, and then if we don't have enough to do a whole manicure, then we're going to have to wait and do that another day and do something else and then come, get more of that at CVS or something. Okay, so what we need is removal of lip balm, because that's the only one that still has latex on it. And we're going to put more of the jelly on it. And then we're going to alternate the clear and the other orange. Chocolate milk. Decisions. Oh no. I pulled off some of the latex around that nail, so we will have a little bit more cleanup to do, but that's okay. That's okay. You see right there. Waiting for the base color to dry a little bit before I start the marble, because I don't want the marble to be too dry when I dip, but I also don't want the base color to be too wet. So you see how it's pooling slightly? The very center of my nail at the apex of my C-curve, because I put my second coat on too soon, how it's more richly colored on the sides of the nail. Well, it's kind of my fault because I put the second coat on a little bit too soon, but it's also something that you need to keep in mind when you're working with this formula. Okay, some excess stuff. I was having an allergic reaction on this finger the other day. It's a little contact dermatitis thing. Just like when I used to do gel polish, I got some little blisters, and some of them are deep under and haven't popped, but this one popped. And I don't know what it was reacting to because I haven't touched any gel nail stuff, and it's only on that one finger. So I'm thinking maybe there might have been some residue on one of my bottles, possibly, that I had touched when I had gel polish residue on my hands back when I used to do gel polish. That makes me want to like wipe down all of my bottles with acetone. I don't know. We'll see if it happens again. Okay, I think that's gonna be okay once we start. So let's close this. That brush landed directly in the box of Q-tips, so we are okay. I tried to pick up the bottle, and it was stuck because it was sitting on some polish because I don't have a big enough work surface, because I need to clear off all of this polish that's sitting on it. And that's kind of my own fault. Okay. So we're going to alternate. We're going to do orange zest, and then we're going to do invisible, and then we're going to do orange zest. Do you see how it doesn't want to let the other polish spread? But I think I can encourage it a little bit, and then it will spread as well and help encourage pushing it. See, it doesn't really want to spread that much. It's better than the jelly a little bit, but not by a lot. I had to get the clear down to touching the water because it was just sitting in a bubble of the orange. This will work for a test, but if we're actually doing this on my nail, I'm going to have to be very careful. And this seems kind of like a pain. Yeah, that's not drawing well at all. that's gonna be a no-go. Okay, so here's the other idea that we were talking about, is jelly base and then using opaque color over the top. So I'm gonna leave this color on to test that, and then we're gonna, ouch, this hangnail over here is being mad at me. Yeah, we're not gonna use that. Okay. Give myself a little bit more room. I finished my chocolate milk. I got some space over there I can put stuff in. Let's take off polish on some of these other nails. See where the other bottle landed? I'm not gonna use those Q-tips for a little bit so that the polish can dry on their handles, and then I can remove them without sullying more of them. Okay. We're not going to take a polish off of all of our nails yet, just because we aren't ready to, but we can do those ones. Alright, I'm going to go real quick and watch the color splash. Oh, she has black in between. I'm just going to have it. Didn't she do another with oranges where she, yeah, here it is, didn't have black in between? Oh, she didn't draw a design through it though, she just left it circular. Which looks really cool actually. But she did all peachy and pinky and yellow tones. Which means if I were doing it, I might just yellow orange. Possibly. I just want to see how she swirls them on the palette first. You can still see it's very slow. Well, I got my little lid out. Here, let's try something more interesting to see. Okay, so let's try with the red and orange and yellow. Okay, I'm gonna get a brush. And see how that. Swirl and pick up and drip. Okay. Up in Smith's tone. And I'm just gonna. It's very amorphous. It's less swirled looking than Colette's with the OPI. So I don't think that's a go either. Let's try. Now that we know that we're using this more solid version of the orange, Orange Zest is the one we're using, and that is the closest orange that I have. So let's try. Let's see if this looks good. We'll get my super skinny brush. And we'll do kind of a big curve first. So I'm just kind of test. That looks meh in regard to succulent juiciness shape. They're called succulents. You know what I mean. The juice packets. Also, there should be white if we're going to just be drawing this. But I don't really want to do this. I wanted to watermarble. So I'm feeling like I'm going to put the jellies away and watermarble with something else. If this jelly watermarble thing is not going to turn out the first, or second, or third, or fourth iteration. Okay. So I was kind of leaning toward a sort of a earth. That's fine, you can lurk. Beetle. Something along like this kind of a line. I was really enjoying the color in this, right? So something kind of more that way. And like, I really wanted to use this Moonshine Manny prototype I think I mentioned last week. I wonder if that would watermarble. It's got flakies in it. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to try. Like my idea, like yeah, you could use flakies as the base color and then use clear to marble over it. But as we have previously established, my clear is not the most ideal marbling clear, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. So that's not an option. But we can try marbling with it just straight and see how it goes. What color should we put with it? Maybe like that. Have a cream and a flaky in similar tones next to each other and see how it goes. This is Spear by CND, and this is 408 by Moonshine Manny, just for anybody who's curious. The surface of that water is not clean. Let's bring it back over here since we're not using the palette. Because I need to. Very clean, very nice. Okay. So then we have to clean off the water and get rid of that circle. Let's try it again. I feel like I don't want to do too much with this because I don't want to waste it. But that spread pretty well for having flakies in it. Well, okay. We should prep a nail with something underneath. Okay, let's try drawing something in here. Let's do, I feel like I want to spread this out a little bit, so let's try like a chevron thing. Let's see, can I draw through this? I didn't anchor it very well. And I also was not going quickly when I dripped, so the answer to that is no, that doesn't work. Look at that though. Isn't that pretty? Okay. You know what? I'm not gonna bother with latex. And I'm just gonna drop everything all over the place, apparently. Okay. There's one. The water's not clean. Grump, 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 grump. Okay. Try again. And we're gonna go quickly. Okay. Let's try. A swirl. That's an interesting. I don't know. That's a little bit too. I didn't pick the best design before the swirl, I don't think. I'm gonna test that out on a paper instead of on my. Yeah. I don't know what I want to do. I know maybe a chevron, maybe a flower petal thing. I don't know. Try again. Okay. Let's try a chevron thing. Now that we have a design better anchored. I'm gonna dip both of these nails together. I banged into the bottom a little bit. I hope that didn't mess me up too bad. Okay, over this color, the spear color, everything looks too much the same. But I really like the subtle stripiness. Here, let me. I really like the subtle stripiness of that. I like that. That might be a little bit too soft for some. But color is a matte color. I've never done marble with a matte. It's the Claim to Flame from the Essie Summer collection. So let's see if that will marble with it and add a little bit more dimension. I'm going to take this one off because it's a no. And put some more of the Moonshine Manny color on there as our base. I'm going to take off the nail next to it so that we can test another base color. And by take off the nail, I mean the design, obviously not the actual nail. Okay. 2 nails. So let's put, we're going to put both of them because it's the one that has the flakies and it's the lighter color and we want it to boost itself in the marble, right? Obviously I'm in a mood, right? Flakies with peachy warm tones. I'm not apologizing for it though. Okay. We have to get a second coat of that. Okay. Here's the second coat. Oh, this is 100% gorgeous. I am all about this. Love that. I really love that. Alright, see this irritating? Ugh, so irritating. See if the map spread. Yes, it does. Will it allow other things to spread? Yes, it does. The question then is, will we be able to draw in it? And will it continue to allow things to spread? Come on. It's a little bit pushy, the matte color. Okay. We're doing chevrons again, which will help things spread out a little bit.
Harry's gonna give you so much crap today.
Kind of. We'll see.
We won a whole bunch of times.
It doesn't really.
That's his point. So it doesn't even matter who's third.
Let's try. I'm gonna turn it this way. That's a little conservative. You know, for being a matte, that water marbled pretty well. And I do like having the darker peach involved. Now we gotta decide if that's actually the pattern we want, or if we want to do something else. Like a flower sort of a shape.
So you actually like watching the E3?
Let's try that out with our thumb.
Oh, I wonder why.
This is such a pretty color. It's just like singing. It's pretty on, but the flakiness and the shimmer are just like.
It's not good.
I absolutely love this. Okay.
What's that image?
Let's take off the pinky. Adjust our focus skin. I have not dipped my pinky and my thumb together very often. So, you know, I probably won't do that. I'll probably do these two fingers and then these two fingers and then the thumb in my distract myself right in the middle of my thumb. Okay. So we started with Claim to Flame, and the surface is not clear, so we need to start again. That's really funny. You can see it turning matte on the surface of the water. Okay. Don't be a pain in the patoot. Please spread like you are supposed to.
That's neat.
Okay. I'm gonna try. We were gonna do flowers, weren't we? I should not have gone up to the top and down to the bottom. Let's try vertical stripes. That's pretty cool. I like that. I like it better than the horizontal one. I want to try petals though. Let's take off. We'll do these two. Actually, we're going to do the flower dip on a paper. Oh goodness. I don't even know what happened there. The end of my water marble tool just fell out into my water. I am personally offended and insulted by that. Like, what happened? Like, it just came out. It's like a little lance. That's jacked. Some more cotton balls. Deal with this. Seriously, guys. What in the world? I just don't want to live anymore. Gave up on this whole different water marbles and decided I wanted to take a dive. Can it just get pushed back in? Yes, yes it can. How strange. Look, it's back in there really solidly. I don't know how that happened in the first place. Very weird. Super bizarre. Okay. Okay. I accidentally made one of these drops off center. So I'm missing my flaky ring on that side, if you can see that. And I'm anchoring to the edge. And I'm going to draw flowers, which I'm dipping out too much in the center. It's pretty clear that there was a little bit more polish than wanted to be there. I'm going to do that again. And if we're doing a flower, I'm going to do fewer rings. I'm just going to do 2 rounds instead of 3. I don't think the flower is going to be our best bet based on the way that these are spreading. Even though I think a flower with these colors would be cute. So we're going to go for the stripes. We're going to do the vertical stripes. Like this one. So let's clean off all our nails and get ready to actually do this as a manicure. I just feel like I need to just like take a bath in acetone right now because I have so much. I mean, obviously that's not a good idea. Don't take a bath in acetone. There are parts of you that would really disagree with that. I'm just refilling my little. And I'm just all wet. It's a mess. So that I can get off my hand. Look at all this gunk. Obviously the flakies are sticking to my skin a little bit, so I'm kind of sparkly, unfortunately. But when I wash my hands, those will come off. I'm really surprised that the matte water marbles as well as it does. Yeah. Clean off these bottle caps a little bit. Here, you can watch me take off my polish. Some plans change. Did a little bit of filing yesterday to even out my nail growth. My index nail and my thumb grow faster than the other nails, and so then they protrude past the end of my finger longer than the other nails, and it doesn't feel even. So I filed those a little bit yesterday to even everything out. But of course, when you're filing with polish on, it helps you to see the overall shape of the nail, but it also does give you a slightly distorted view of the very, very, very tip. Because sometimes you'll file the polish, and so it'll look like there will be one little nub sticking out, not totally in line with everything else. So after I take my polish off, I just check to make sure that there aren't any weird wiggles or anything. The neighbors downstairs are loud bass. I can't hear the song, but I can feel it. I think I've told you this. They do it fairly regularly. Okay. A little bit. Okay, that looks fine. We're ready for base coat. put this up here and close some of the bottles we're not using. Get rid of some of this Q-tip stuff and put it in the trash. So that we have room for more Q-tip trash as we work. Okay, that's that. Let's close this. Don't need that. We do need this. Don't need those. Let's keep that there. Alright, I'm going to stretch my leg out to the side. And we're going to clean out the polish that is in the cup. Okay, let's do base coat. Where is it? Here it is. I'm just so weirded out by that other thing that the watermarble tool did. Why was it doing that? Alright, we're going to adjust the angle of this a little bit so it's not in my face while I'm doing this, because that was kind of annoying. Do you see how it's like directly in my face? We're going to go over to the side a little bit more, kind of down at an angle. I know that's not quite straight on for you guys, but it's less in my way. Do you guys want to watch me applying base coat? If you do, I can tip the camera down. I'm going to tip the camera down so you can see it. I hope that little bubble heals my little blister thing over there pretty quickly. It's irritating as all get out. Okay, and then hand number 2, we're gonna come this way. And apparently drip base coat on my pants. So I'm a doof. I pushed my base coat on that finger against the other finger, but I think it was dry enough that it didn't do any damage to it. But it gave me a moment of pause. base color, which is, as previously stated, Moonshine Manny Proto 408. And I'm thinking 2 coats of this will probably be what we need. I love the brush on Moonshine Manny polishes. They do a very good job of helping me with my cuticle area. Right? Nice smooth line. This is not completely opaque at 1 coat, but I'm wondering if I can get away with it under the marble at 1 coat. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna trust. I don't want to risk ruining it. How about that? Especially when I do things like that I have to fix. I banged into my index finger. There's a hair. There's a little bit of dry skin right there. You can't see it. I can see it. And I want it gone. It wasn't a hangnail yet, but it was gonna be in about 2 seconds if I left it alone. Okay. Now over here. I was overzealous. I went up too high. I'm gonna go back and take a little bit off right here. It'll take longer to dry if I leave it much. And I'm doing a 2nd coat, so it'll spread it out. These do not want. That nail's fine. Okay. After we put on the second coat of this, we're going to put the liquid latex on, and by the time we've finished applying that, we should be ready to start marbling, because the ones on the first couple of fingers will be dry enough. I think we're only the base color by the time the liquid latex is done drying. I think we're only going to do latex on one hand at a time, though. I don't want my fingers sticking to the polish bottles while I'm dripping. I think that would be a pain in the patoot. So we're just not going to deal with it. There we go. Okay, let's go back and do our second coat on first hand. Moonshine Mayonnaise formula dries pretty quickly. This one is water marbling pretty well, though, despite that. And I like the quick drying factor in most applications. Like her white and her black, I've used for stamping. They didn't dry too quickly for that, but they don't like stay wet forever on the nail either. It's nice. You don't have to wait extra long to do your second coat. Oh, I put these fingers together when I shouldn't have. There. Okay, we're going to do the second coat of polish on the other hand, and then we're going to do latex on the first hand. So I apparently bumped this into something. The tip here has a little messed up spot that and will get evened out. That's good enough. See, I was doing things with these fingers over here to bump them into things, apparently, that I should not have been doing. Because this one has a little mess up on this side, too. Not gonna coat his floor, I guess. Oh. There's fuzzy. I'm gonna have to fix that corner. Of course, I don't have to be too super zealous about that because I'm going to be water marbling over it, and it's probably going to get covered by the water marble. But I still want it to have a good, you know, a good start. As good of a chance to be all it can be as it can. Okay. Let's do liquid latex on the first hand. I'm not going to worry too much about going super high on my finger. Just because Q-tips exist. And yes, minimizing cleanup is good, but there comes a point when it's too far up the finger and I don't care anymore, and I can just take it off with a Q-tip. I'm going up to the first knuckle.
What you do? Did I show you that? I was playing Type Racer with my friend, and one of the prompts was Lying Again by Todd Howard. I put a picture of it in Discord just because I was like, interesting.
Yeah, if you didn't just hear that in the background, James types for fun. That's why he's so good at it. going so fast at it. Can't see this, sorry. We're gonna get rid of that little bit that got onto the nail. Except that the polish under it is not quite dry yet, so we're gonna be very careful. There. Voila.
Oh yeah? Mm-hmm.
Last time I water marbled, I cleaned up too much at the cuticle when I was done. And I had more of a gap than I wanted. So I'm really going to try to be careful not to do that today. That one, it was particularly frustrating because I had used a white base for it. And so then that was actually why I had to do more. So I'm being sensitive to push. Oh goodness. Follow. That was louder than I was expecting. I appreciate that. And look, I jumped in my surprise and got latex on my nail. And now I'm trying to put, goodness gracious, wow. Apparently that surprised me quite a bit. Let's get rid of that. Thank you. Oh boy. We're going for this, not that. We're getting ready for a water marble, if you weren't aware. I think that's my title, is that we're doing a water marble of some kind, so we're getting the liquid latex on to help with cleanup for that later. This is still a little bit too wet. I'm gonna have to wait to take that off until the polish on the nails dried a little bit more. We're gonna go up and around. I'm getting pretty close to 50 followers, which means that in order to have affiliate status, I will have to increase the number of streams for the average after I get 50 followers, because normally I stream once a week. They want you to stream 7 times in 30 days. So we're probably going to end up doing like a testing stream that's not an actual nailer on my nails at some point midweek a couple of times to get that once we get the 50 followers, which we're getting close to. Thank you so much. And a lot of people are like, I really want to be an affiliate and all of this stuff, and I don't expect anyone to ever subscribe to me. So it's not like that big of a thing if I do get affiliate. I mean, I get emotes then, right? That's like the one perk that I actually would care about. Is that true? I don't even know.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of weird.
Okay. Let's go back over here to the middle nail and see if this is dry enough to kind of. Nope. Nope, it's not. If I come up from this way, I think I'll be able to get it. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go over that area again with a little bit of polish, just to kind of smooth out that last bit. Ugh, the latex shows through. Well, I'm just gonna aim a big old bit of claim to flame in that area, I guess. I'm closing my latex because I'm not going to use it until we get to the other hand. Let's make sure our water's clean, no fuzzies or anything. And then we're going to start with thumb. We're doing vertical stripes. And we're going through 3 rounds of the colors. So there's 2. And we're going to encourage the spread just a little bit by kind of jostling the water. Okay. And I'm gonna go to the bottom. Let's make sure everything is anchored to the sides here. I want all of the colors on my nail, so I'm going to go over here to this area, and we're going to dip. And then we're going to clean up the surface and pull out. That's a little bit more, you can still see the shimmer a little on the other side, but we only got 1 stripe of the base color, which is okay. I'm okay with that. We'll see how the other nails turn out. If it's way out of acceptable range for the other colors, we might go in and adjust it. Okay. Off. Just kind of going up along the front with a watermarble tool and breaking the seal there so that we can come around and pull it off. Okay. There. Okay. really don't like the latex on the middle nail there. I really want to get it out. So I am going to get it out, and then we're going to go and do the ring finger thumb. Not ring finger thumb, ring finger pinky. And then we'll come back and do the middle finger and the index finger. So that the base color over here has just a little bit more time to dry. Okay, let's clean out the water. Okay, and then we're gonna do our rounds again. Oh, that little extra drip will have to be accounted for during drawing. Ugh, goodness. Okay, I need to add more of this in the center. I know I already drew, but there needs to be more, and we can just draw again. Okay. See? Once you draw through it, you don't know that I did that. Okay, I like this area over here. Is that wide enough for 2 nails? I don't think it is. I'm just going to do 1 nail. I'm going to do the index nail. Oh no, I hit it with the Q-tip a little bit. Not too dramatically. That looks pretty good. Going around the edge. There's a couple of places where I had a big bubble at the cuticle on my thumb and on this index nail where I'm going to have to go in and add a little bit of color with a little brush, I think. Make the color. Do you see right there at the cuticle area where the peach color doesn't continue where it belongs? Okay. Q-tips. Drip, please. Goodness. Okay. That is much better than the first one. Oh yeah. Gotta make sure we're connected on all sides though before we go drawing through it. Okay, I am gonna try to dip 2 nails here. Let's. I think I want to turn it. How does that one go? Okay. Those are less clear than the index nails. They're more like thumb. Not bad though. Okay. Let's take the latex off. Sorry, I'm too low. This camera angle is not the best of all the ones I've ever done. Okay. Very, very minorly on that nail too. Just right down the middle. I think I am going to go in and clarify some of those lines on the ring finger right here, especially. This looks awfully vague. And clear the surface. that's okay too. The index finger is the clearest of the patterns, but the other ones are kind of like a nice. This one needs to be sharpened. This one I think I'm going to soften a little bit so that it matches with the others better. Okay, so before I go in to do the other hand, I am going to touch this nail up a little bit, this hand up a little bit. Like right here was where that lower patch was, and that's where one of the lighter stripes actually showed through. So we're going to add a little bit of a clearer light color there. We're going to add a little bit more of the dark coming this way. Just to add a little bit more variety in the color in that corner. And then here, same deal. There was a bubble there, so we're going to darken the dark where the bubble was. And I think we're going to add a lighter stripe on that corner, because that's where a lighter stripe was, and it just kind of got lost a little. That's fine. And then I need to touch up the two cuticle areas where the color was not all the way to the edge. Right here. And on the index nail, I'm actually going to do some of this color. Make it blend a little bit. Yeah, those are fine. Those feel cohesive to me. This one's a little sharper, but not detrimentally so, I don't believe, if I soften just one or two little spots. So I'm going to add a little bit of a lighter color here. There, that looks a little softer. Okay. Let's do the other hand. Liquid latex first, after we get our water ready. Every time I put this on, I enjoy it. There's something about watching it become rubberized after painting it that's really fun. I got some on the side of my nail there. We'll have to take that off. Same thing there. Sorry, my air conditioner just started making way more noise and I'm not sure why. Oh, bummer. My painting skills are not super on point today. I guess it's a good thing we're not doing freehand things. As I'm doing this, I'm going through a mental checklist of all the stuff I need to do today and tomorrow. Like housework and like stuff at work. And I don't think that's interesting for me to narrate to you guys, really, so sorry for the silence. Okay. I have a little bit of the Claim to Flame color there. Hopefully it gets layered in with some of its brethren when I dip. Freaking hangnail on this hand. I was like so stoked. Last week I told you I was like so stoked that I didn't have any hangnails and I got one right there. And then that one healed and now I have one on the ring finger on my other hand. Why? Just let me live my life in peace. I'm already moisturizing you up the wazoo and I'm not like... That one happened while I was sleeping. I woke up this morning and there I was. Grump, right? I need to refill my latex jug or bottle, whatever you want. from because it's really to get me help. Praise, what are you doing while you're lurking? Are you doing work, like work Etsy stuff? Or are you doing, I don't know, what are you doing? Okay. That's good enough. We're going to push back some of the weird spots that nail right here. Be gone. Latex block. Welcome here. And here. Oh wow, this nail has a lot of them. Get all of it out of the way. Obviously, when the base color is more dry, you can remove this with a little bit more impunity. Okay. And right there's a little bit. And right there. On the pinky. Okay. Let's do our thumb. Now, I'm not going to use my left hand. I considered it so that my fingers wouldn't stick to the polished lids quite so much, but I decided I didn't care enough. Okay, so we're gonna go this way and this way. Make sure all of our sides are anchored. Okay. We're dipping our thumb. And we're gonna go right. Where do I want to go? I'm gonna go right here. Ah, don't come up out of the water. Safe. Okay. I very clearly got a little bit of right there, but it didn't ruin anything. And the two thumbs feel relatively consistent. That's good. Let's go around the edge so that we can take off the latex. Oh, you said you were at Dan's house, Praise. I know what you're doing while you're lurking. I'm stupid. You're playing Pathfinder and or equivalent. There's a bubble right there. There. Okay. That's looking okay. Okay, let's clean up water and do our next one. Goes according to plan. We have 2 more dips. If not, then we might have 3, right? If we flub something. I'm not happy with that. I'm just going to remove it from the water. It's not centered. And that first ring didn't spread very well. So that's probably why. Okay. That's a better spread. Okay. That's an okay bullseye. Let's go this way. There was a hair in there. And then we're going to make sure everything's anchored, and we're going to go. We're going to go. I'm going to aim. Like that. Did it suck? Yes. The ring finger got way not enough. I mean the middle finger. The index finger also didn't get enough to really be consistent with the other hand and the thumb of this hand. Okay. So I have some options here. For the index nail, I think I can adjust that with a little bit of polish surgery, adding some stripes of the lighter color. This I need to redo, so I'm gonna get a little bit of acetone and we're just gonna take off the dip, and then we're gonna put on another coat of the base color, because obviously we're exposing some flakies here that shouldn't be exposed, but we're not gonna do the whole base color again. And we're gonna come back and do that nail in a little bit. Where's my cuticle scoop? Here it is. Just want to make sure that we're not running into the edges of the cuticle too much. Okay, let's go in with a little brush. And add some of this medium color. Somehow it got lost between this darkest stripe and this lightest stripe. And left more of the light color, which is actually what I was originally hoping for, but now that the other nails don't have it, I want them to be consistent. Do you see how those are much more consistent now than they were before I added the medium tone color? I'm going to add a little bit more to smooth out one of these edges. Right over here. Looks okay. I do need to add a little bit of dark red in that spot though. Alright, accidentally covered it over. Okay, and then to soften some of the edges. Okay. Ugh, my leg. I'm going to take the latex off of that nail. But I'm doing it back here because my leg needs to stretch slightly. There. Okay. Those look okay together. Those look okay together. Those look okay together. Let's do... Okay, the middle nail is dry enough now that I can dip it. I'm going to do the two, just like on the other hand, I'm going to do the ring nail and the middle nail together. Sorry, I'm like way over here. Okay. Seriously, freaking the tip came off again. Okay. These look okay for me to dip in. Let's come over here and dip. One of the things I like about this as my water marble container is that it's shallow enough that I can actually just rest my fingers on the bottom to prevent them from banging into things while I clean off the surface. Kind of gives me a little bit of control there. This middle nail needs some touch-ups. This nail looks actually pretty good. Oh no, I just stabbed into the nail a little bit. That's not good. We're gonna have to fix that. I wasn't gonna do anything on this nail, but now I have to a little bit. We're gonna leave the latex on that one while we adjust. There's a fuzzy. Can I get that all the way out? It's like right across. I don't know how I'm going to grab it without damaging everything around it. Aha! I got it! Yay! And I do have to touch up that one little spot where I grabbed it, but it didn't ruin everything. Okay. Okay. I'm actually pretty pleased with that now. Alright, let's do some touch up over here. We're going to make this a smoother curve. So there isn't this weird divot at the bottom of it. And we're actually going to go in with the cream color. Change the shape of that very slightly. And right there too. I know I already touched that, but there was, it didn't seem like it was fully, okay. Let's take off the latex. Yucko. This whole hand is covered in junk. Okay. These first 3 rings spread really well. And so I'm a little bit, you know, and this next one after, right, spreads just fine. So I'm at a loss as to why this ring then doesn't. It's so silly. We can make it work. Okay. And that pinky's okay too. Awesome. Okay. Now, when we're removing the latex, we have to make sure that the polish around the edges has been severed from its neighboring polish that's on the latex, because we don't want it to pull everything off when we pull off the latex. Right? Okay. It's time to clean up. I don't think I need to adjust that pinky at all either, which is good. Alright, so I'm going to bring you down to a much more comfortable and normal angle now that you don't have to be looking in that water marble cup. And I'm going to change the focus so that we are hand focus. So I can grab it. Yes. Come on. Right. There is good. Obviously, top coat's going to have to clean. There's flakies under here, so some of them need to be smoothed out a little bit. But aside from those little bits, things are looking good. That's going to go away. I'm going to close my polish. Okay. And we need to get my cleanup brush. Where did I put it? That looks good. And we're going to get our little acetone. I'm going to actually put it down here in my lap, because I want to lean back a little bit. Before we actually use the brush, let's get rid of all of this excess everywhere that's on my hand. There's so much excess. You know, even the places where the latex was covering, when I removed the latex from the other hand, it gets on it. It's funny. It's not that horrible to clean off, though. It's not like it's staining or anything. Whoops. Bring some of the light closer so we have a better view of all of this mess. Goodness. It's everywhere. Okay. All of the giant excess is now off of this hand, which means that we can go in with closer cleanup with the brush. But I want to get rid of the polish on this hand first. Just so we don't have to go back and get more Q-tips later. We can just be done with the Q-tips. There's a little bit of green right there on the end of that nail. Some latex on the underside that snuck his way in there. There we go. All these shimmers, boy. They're getting everywhere. Thinking about what we're gonna have for dinner. And I was kind of reminiscing in my mind about the different things that we used to have for dinner at my house when I was a kid. And I was kind of thinking about like what my future kids will think of the food rotation that James and I seem to be adopting. I was like totally not a picky vegetable kid when I was a kid, but a lot of kids are. I loved vegetables. I still do. There are some vegetables that I love that James does not love, like zucchini. I absolutely adore zucchini with red wine vinegar and Asiago cheese and slivered almonds with olive oil and salt and pepper. Yes, very good. James doesn't like the texture, and he doesn't like Asiago cheese, so he's like totally not into that. But I am. Okay, let's get my brush going. Can you see? Trying very hard not to overdo the cleanup. A little bit of latex there again. Sorry, I know this angle you cannot see, but I need to look at my thumb and I don't want to sit up. I haven't decided if I want these matte or glossy yet. I think we're going to go for glossy, and then if I feel like I want to make them matte, I'll make them matte later. Sorry, that was a little bit too close to the camera. You couldn't even see. There's something stuck on there. Right around the corner. Making it nice and clean. These definitely need a top coat to shine, though. Not just to shine, like, in a literal sense, but to shine in a figurative sense, because the water marbling over the flakies creates a very slight texture. It's kind of distorting the pattern. You can see the texture there, right? And once it has top coat, it will just look much more finished. I have that little dry bit of skin here on this side of this hand again that I got most of off earlier, but not quite all of. I really don't want it to become a hangnail, so I am getting rid of it. So that it can't catch and rip. Okay, so cleanup is done before top coat on this hand. We're going to put top coat on it right now, actually, before we do cleanup on the other hand, which involves me sitting up. We're going to use Peach Beach scent of the Fast and Hard top coat. That's not the right one. Here it is. Because I want these to smell like peaches, because they're peach colored, so they might as well smell like it too, right? shimmer just comes through astronomically more with the top coat in person. I can't tell if you can see that on camera though. Where's my scoop? Where did I put it? What in the world? I don't see it. Did I put it in there? No. Is it under my leg? Yes. Oh, I like that. It's so pretty. That smells really nice too. It smells like peaches. Well, like peach Bellini. I might end up doing 2 coats of top coat. Just, you know, I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes I like just doing 2 coats of top coat. I feel like my end manicure is slightly thicker, not like in a bad way, but thicker. Since this is a thinner top coat, it makes it feel more like the thickness of the Glisten Glow top coat if I do 2 coats. I don't always feel like I need it if I had more layers of polish underneath. But there's something about having a few more layers on the nail that is less likely to bend, I guess. It's less likely that my nail will bend and cause lifting and stuff. My nails don't bend very easily, except for this index nail. This one tends to be a little picky. The flakies are absorbing the top coat a little bit, so I'm leaning toward doing that second coat at the end. Some flakies don't really absorb top coat, and some do. And glitters definitely do. And I think there might be some very tiny micro glitters in here too, along with the flakies. I can't really tell. And I don't have a polished description to check because it's just a prototype and she didn't put it up with a product description. It was just prototype mystery sort of a situation where you buy a prototype and you get what you get. So, you know, thank you, Brace. Are you still at Dan's? Do you see how it has a very slight texture in the top coat? Because it's getting soaked in a little bit. That's why I'm going to do the second coat. What we're going to do is finish top coat on this hand, put top coat on the second hand, do second layer of top coat on this hand, and then second layer of top coat on the other hand, and then come back and clean up. There's a fuzz there. Good. You can see how that does not completely smooth things out. If I had used the Glisten Glow top coat, I probably would have been fine in one. But I wanted to smell like peaches, so that's what I'm doing. Oh, we haven't even done cleanup on the first hand. Okay, well, I lied about the order of top coat then. We're gonna finish putting top coat on this hand, on this pinky, right? We're gonna do the scooping that we're doing. Then we're gonna clean up this hand and put top coat on it. After we do our second coat of top coat over here, I think. No. I'm gonna let it set for a little bit over here. I'm gonna do the cleanup and the top coat. Thinking back over the Chronicles of Narnia, I just finished listening to the last battle, so I went through all of them. And thinking back to the first one, you know, where Peter and Susan and Edmund and Lucy are being sent away to the country because of the air raids. Like, what must that be like? We've never been attacked like that in the United States. You know, we had some people bomb some things in Pearl Harbor, but not residential areas. And that was before I was born. You know. It would not feel pleasant, obviously, to be forced to go into hiding in some stranger's house. But, like, you live in the country. You're going to, like, shelter city children. I don't know all the ins and the outs of that. Was it a mandatory program? Was it, like, a volunteer basis? And then while that was going on, they were still showing tours of the house? Like, what's up with that? There is a spot over here. I want to fill in a little missing bit. Oh, that's not the right brush. Where's the other little brush? I don't know. I'm not going to use that one. This one will work. Okay, you're welcome, Athalas. Hopefully, this hand is almost done, so you at least get a taste of the final look. Thanks for hanging out. There, That looks better. Okay. Let's go back over here. That is a little bit of latex again, right on the underside of the nail. But I got it out, no biggie. And I'm imagining Susan at the end of the last book, right, where she is like left behind where all of her siblings and her parents get killed in a train crash. Not pleasant for her. Pulled off a bit of latex and there was nothing underneath it, so filling in that little spot. And then there's another little bit of latex right there, but that is not covering a place where there will need to be polish. Oop. Okay. There's a little bit of latex right underneath the polish right here too.
What?
I don't even know how that got in there. It wasn't there before I dipped. It didn't even show that much. But it was an unhappy.
That's my favorite.
There's a little bit here at the cuticle that I want to fill in again. That was actually caused by me being a little overzealous in my cleanup. And as I told you before,
Kind of is the
I really want to make sure I'm not overly
rice
cleaning up. There's a little bit right there too. Not where anything went wrong, but when my cleanup uncovered a glitter or something and made it extra twinkly right there where it isn't anywhere else. Okay. There's a spot there where there was a bubble that didn't get fully filled by polish.
Good start. Oh.
Pop, 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 pop. Oh, that's too high up. Let's go a little higher, because that's where I want to be. The skin on this pinky got a little bit yellowed by my latex. I think I've said before that when the green is gone, I'm going to get a more neutral color. Because this has happened a couple of times where it's left behind a little bit of a yellowish tinge in the skin. It comes off when I wash my hands, but it's like an extra consideration that's not, like, if I got a different color, I wouldn't have to worry about it at all.
That's good. That's a good way to be remembered.
And again, I was a little overzealous right there on the edge in my cleanup, so I'm going to go back in a little bit with that medium color and cover up a couple glitters or shimmers or flakes or whatever they are right there that got uncovered a little bit. Okay, love you, praise. See you later. Okay. There. Okay, we're gonna put that. Just trying to soften down that weird glittery corner. Okay. Alright, this hand is ready for top coat. Let's do that. Too much top coat. Why do I do this to myself? It's because I'm not careful enough in my application.
How's it going? What a shock. Oh, look.
Okay. That looks alright.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Middle nail. There's a fuzz or something right there. That's okay. There's a sparkle or something there. I was pulling along and it didn't belong there. But I was able to get it out of the spot that it was in. right there. There. Okay, and the pinky. Okay. There's a very stubborn little thing there. There we go. Okay. Let's go back to the first hand and apply second coat of top coat. I'm going to try to be more careful with this coat so that we don't have as much to clean up from it.
What?
There's a hair. Get out of there. No, 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 no. You are not welcome.
Legal? Legal.
Get out. I got it out. Okay, now we can fix and smooth that spot. Excellent. Okay. Whew. Nerve-wracking moment. A little black floofly hair. No, you don't belong here. You are not supposed to be here. No one wants you. You're not invited.
Oh, they did Doom. Partially. Doom is really good.
Okay. The ring nail. Okay. That's fine. Before I do do second top coat on my other hand, I'm gonna do cleanup on this hand, top coat cleanup, because I want to give the first layer of top coat on my second hand the same amount of time basically to dry as I did for this hand, so that they are the same. I'm going to start with the thumb because it's dry now already. Okay. Okay, there's that thumb done.
I've died so many times in the past 20 seconds. Goodbye, XP ball. This game is bad. Yep.
That nail's done. I like these. Oh, what am I doing? I already put top coat on them. Oh, distracting myself. I need to stretch my leg. The big cat was here right before it started. She's not been here the whole time I'm working though. These are very summery. I like them. Okay.
Yep. I know. Beautiful.
The shimmer in the base color is showing through these other colors remarkably well. We're getting a nice glow off of everything. After I finish cleanup, I'm going to bring you guys up
Sounds
on
big.
this hand so you can see it better.
Two. I like it.
Okay. Pinky left. Well, pinky in process. Okay. So let's see who's up close. I'm gonna bring it here. Right there. And we're gonna see if we can get the light a little better. It's not catching the shimmer the way that I can see it in person. Ah, that's disappointing. I'll have to get a good macro shot of them so you can see the shimmer better. I wish that it was showing the shimmer the way that I can see it. Come on. Why is it too much light now all of a sudden for you, camera, hey? Okay. So we are going to do second top coat on this hand, and then we're going to clean up this hand, and then we're going to be done. Got a bubble on my brush. There we go. That looks fine.
Probably.
Okay. Okay, I didn't really scoop those cuticles as I went, so hopefully they're not too dry to scoop now. I was trying not to get into my cuticles too badly, especially on these first couple of nails. I kind of gave up toward the end. This middle nail got a whole bunch. Okay, that hand is done being top coated. Let's clean it up. I think I'm a little bit low. Oh no, you can still see a little bit. That's good. I'm going to get rid of some of this on my palm because I can feel it being sticky. I feel like I need to clean off some of the stuff on the end of this thumb with the Q-tip too. I've got like this very thin, glossy layer of top coat that was spread around the skin there, but not actually taken off. I'm gonna go. Okay. Okay. Just really want to make sure that the tips of the fingers don't have extra stuff too. Okay. Do 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 do. Middle nail. Okay. That Q-tip definitely helped because there's much less at the tip of this finger than I was expecting. Now that I'm coming in with the brush. Hey, Dazer or D4Azer, how do you prefer that to be said? I'm in the middle of cleanup at the end of this water marble design. I have 2 nails left and then I'm gonna be done. Hangnails and acetone are not ever a pleasant combination. I need to put some Neosporin on this one. Apparently it's starting to get angry. Oh, the big cat's here. Here she is, here she is. Doo -doo 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 -doo. Hey, big cat. You beautiful lady. Yeah, you. Oh, I don't have the other light on. I was wondering why it was so dark today. At certain angles, and it's because I don't have the corner light on. I just have the little ones here on my desk. Oops. I can see the reflection of my cleanup brush in this little, right here on my camera, this little metal piece. And it looks really weird in my peripheral vision as I'm doing this. Okay. One nail left. Okay, we have a little bit of careful cover over a glitter there, so I don't want to take off too zealously in that corner, because I want to leave that as we made it. Okay. What's going on there? There's like a flaky right at the edge that wants to stick up. Get down, little friend. Okie dokie. That is almost. Here we go. All of the cleanup. Hooray. Okay, big one. She's a good sweetie pie. Obviously, my nails are dry enough that I can do this without risk of ruining the design that I just did. She's so cute. Look at that big kitty smile. Okay. I'm going to put on some cuticle oil. And then I'm going to check and see who I'm going to host / raid. I only have 5 viewers right now, so probably host. Because, you know, who am I kidding? I'm not a raiding party big enough to raid. So let's take a look at the Twitch dashboard. Or Twitch homepage or whatever, so I can see who's on to host. And I'm going to put on some cuticle oil. I feel like that's a little bit excessive on that thumb. I don't need that much, so I'm just going to bring it over to some of these other nails. That's the thing I like about the brush pen applicator, which I've only had for a little bit over a month, is that you can kind of redistribute the oil a little bit easier. Okay. You can get down and under with the brush pretty good too. I was doing cleanup under there, right? It deserves to have some hydration just as much as the tops of my fingers. Okay, so let's go see who's on for hosting. Looks like Colette's probably on. She's probably playing Hollow Knight, I would guess, based on her normal schedule. Oh no, it doesn't look like she is. That's weird. Let me refresh. No, she's not on. How strange. Let me make sure that that's not just the website being funky. No, she's not. Okay, Well, that's a little weird. I guess I'm hosting Bob Ross then. Bye, guys. Have a good week. I'll see you next weekend, probably.